Okay, let's see how smooth this is. Gonna draw a line. Okay. And okay. So hopefully y'all can hear me. If not, this is gonna be embarrassing. But I did test it and it seems to be fine. Okay, so welcome to my tutorial. I have references in another window, so we'll see how this all goes. I'm going to be drawing my character for my friend and going along with how I do drawing. So ideally you want to kind of just draw like a stick figure of your pose, essentially. Like, usually I don't do this, but everyone says to do it and to get used to it, blah blah blah. But I just need to see the thickness of things before I can figure out how big or small they're supposed to be in proportion to one another. And when I do traditional art, I really should do the stick figure thing because it's really a lot easier to fix things. But I just really need to see the thickness, and in digital art I can just select this, Control T or whatever. Ta-da, head's bigger. That's it. So, yeah. So I'm using a reference, but I'm using main references and kind of combining them. I don't want to use other people's pictures in a video. That's all my own kind of thing. Just know that I'm looking and I'm kind of doing my own thing with the pose as well, but I do need like how thick or thin things need to be. So I have one reference for the pose, but its anatomy is a little wonky, and then I have a reference for the anatomy that's much more accurate, and that's how you essentially need to start out with it. So anyway, I'm just kind of drawing shapes right now. The shapes will be changed quite a bit as I move forward because look at this. Anyway, so Control T, change the size because I'm doing a full body. Ta-da. Okay, so we have a Ironically, even though I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible, I'm actually kind of impressed with the anatomy so far. I mean, I'm not a professional yet or anything like that, so it's kind of I'm not complimenting my own anatomy. I know it could take some work, but I'm just happy with the direction it's taking. So yeah, try to come up with an image in your mind first, and then get references that supplement or complement that image. Like I got a buff guy for my anatomy reference, so I know what a buff guy should look like, and I got the pose of another dude for the pose. So it supplements the image I already had in my mind. Yeah, see, I'm doing it where I don't do the stick figure thing, and I know I should, but if you can, do this first. It'll make your life easier after you get used to it, I promise. How would I know? Because better artists have recommended it to me, so I take their word for it, but don't take my word for it because I don't usually do this. So yeah, I draw sticks of what you want and then have references to fill in the sticks. So if you want to draw your stick figure before you wow, okay, that leg is horrendous, Control Z. But if you want to do a thumbnail of a few poses first and then choose references that complement it, that's a good idea. I just kind of come up with an image and go with it. Yeah, that's better. So I definitely need a reference for the feet because I just don't. I don't with feet. He's going to be wearing boots, so the foot shape is going to be inaccurate, but I still want to reference. Get used to me doing this because get used to me doing Control T because I just don't. I don't. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, delete that, and the torso. I'm not really used to drawing muscular men. Most of my guys are kind of feminine in nature. I'm just gonna delete that whole leg. But yeah, most of my guys are more feminine side, and recently I've been incorporating more muscular men into my stories. So I've had to get used to drawing more muscular men recently. Oh, especially as I'm into Batman as of late. So when I want to draw fan art of Batman, it usually doesn't go well because I never practiced drawing the muscular figure. But now I am, so all's well that ends well if I can get good. As you can see, okay, so I'm using pencil, and I've edited this pencil to be what I want, which is mostly opaque and mostly small, so I can figure out where everything goes. This is just a sketch phase. It's not important unless you're doing watercolor because the sketch is your base. But yeah, just put down whatever you think looks right and then keep editing until you think it really does look right. Kind of deal. Don't be afraid to delete things. Don't be afraid to re-edit, etc. Just try to get it to look right to your eye. Especially with references, don't do the references exactly, because then you won't learn as much. Especially if you're doing stylization, it's good to find your own style. But yeah, just practice doing your own thing, but use references to supplement, not to replace. At least that's how I do it. I also do studies sometimes, and that's just exact copies as close as my eye can get to what I'm looking at. Also, he has wings, so he's going to be flying, so don't. No, he's not standing. There we go. And leg is still low. So quick anatomy tip on the leg. The heel, it's about half the body to the heel from the top of the leg, so I need to make it a bit smaller and Dang it. Whoops. So yeah, I control T a lot to get things absolutely perfect. Which is why I kind of like digital art sometimes. I do traditional as well, but I always get the head size wrong, and it's real frustrating to redraw the head over and over, especially if I have drawn the face over it. So I kind of stress out over head size a bit, especially when traditional. And I do my best to make sure it's one head per shoulder kind of thing. I do look up how big it should be, stuff like that. But nothing helps. I just need to get good at it. So tip on the leg, depending on which angle you're seeing it from, it'll either be a little bulky, like so, or a little straight on one side, like so. So yeah, there we go. So I'm kind of using this leg as a reference for this leg, because I'm kind of happy with this one, but it's not working out for me actually. Okay, so you're gonna love digital art a little more than sketching on paper, because you can do tricks like that. Which is why some people are like, well, digital art isn't real art or whatever, because they think it's too easy or something. But, I mean, people write essays on the computer and don't have to use whiteout. So it's kind of the same thing. Oh, it's not a real essay. Well, yes it is. You wrote the words, you knew how to make the words work, etc. You just used a program instead of using pen and whiteout. It's like, it's just different tools. Maybe easier tools, but different tools regardless. You can copy and paste, you can do all kinds of stuff on the computer with essay writing, so, but it's still a real essay, just like digital art is real art. So, well, thank you for letting me TED Talk a little bit. Yeah, so. Okay, so these feet kind of look similar, which would be fine if they were at the same angle, but they're not. So I have to erase this one completely and make it at a different angle, if that makes sense. Okay, quick look at my reference. When I pause, it's usually me studying my reference. Okay, I think I am visual. Also, I do have some muscle memory from drawing for so many years, so that's why I'm kind of like on autopilot sometimes. Okay. Things will be thinner or thicker depending on the angle, so that's why this one's thicker and that one's thinner. But I might edit the heel and just kind of okay, so there we go. Finally, I'm happy with that part of the drawing. Okay, file, save. Okay, We don't need the stick anymore. So if I want this more dynamic, I just go like that. Had to make sure I was still recording, sorry. Okay, and then... Yep, that's a little more dynamic. Here, let me... Sketched on the wrong layer. Let me just edit, cut, edit, paste. Bring that down, combine. There, now it's on the right layer. That's not always gonna work, sadly, but you can try. Okay, so... And then torso needs to be a little bit bigger. You're gonna hear my dog barking probably. So, I mean, there's this thing here, the navigator, and I can kind of see that you can also zoom out like that. The zoom on this program's pretty cool. You can grab and just do that. Anyway, let me see the torso. Yeah, no. Looked at my references and torso should be a little bit bigger. Okay, not that big. I like to go back and forth between Control Z and Y to make sure it does look better and how much it looks better. So yeah, that does indeed look better. File, save. Okay. Now the arms. For men, muscular men, I like to draw the, no idea what it's a shoulder. I don't know the muscle names, but it's a shoulder, so I like to draw the shoulder big and round, and then, let's see, let's look at my reference. Again, I do deviate from the reference quite a bit. I just kind of glance at it and then do my own thing. I glance at segments of it for segments of my drawing, but never full copy unless I'm trying to learn from a study. So we do this, and then this. Yeah, okay, so look up muscle references if you draw a muscular person, trust me. I don't know which is harder. I suppose it depends on what you're used to drawing. Elbows, I always need refs for elbows because I don't. You'd think after 26 years of being alive I would know what an elbow looks like, but I don't. Okay. And yes, I know I'm not funny. I'm just rambling to try and make this a little more make the time pass by faster for whoever's watching and for myself, so I apologize for the bad humor. I apologize for the bad everything. Anyway, yep. Okay. By the way, I'll fix this soon. Okay, so you do a little dip and then a balloon kind of thing. And yes, I will fix this later. I know that's not how a arm looks like. Are they called deltoids or is that another muscle? Is that a muscle? I don't know. I really don't. Okay, so he's a little too much on the page now, so I just... Or else his arms are going to have to be short and no one wants that. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I really should do the stick figure thing more often. It actually does help quite a bit. I mean, I'd have to be more careful with it with traditional, but... Oh my. Let me fix this. Okay, just... If something don't look right, it probably isn't, so just don't be afraid to erase and redraw as many times as you need to. Kind of hard to talk and draw at the same time because I'm trying to hyper focus, but I'm also trying to make it entertaining and informative for whoever, but yeah. File save, even, You know what, let's just, that whole arm is not working for me. It's a little easier in digital art because you don't have an indentation in the paper, so you can just start all over if you need to. Watercolor paper, especially those pad things with the block on one side, so it's all nailed down, that I like to get is like $1 per paper essentially, if not more. So I hate wasting watercolor paper, and if I press down too hard and something's indented and then I have to erase it, whoops. So that always kind of sucks. Okay, that is a little bit better. Also, some people can really fix up a drawing with line art. I can do that to an extent, not hugely, but some people can. The line art looks like entirely different from the original, and I admire that. Or some people can just start with line art, and I'm like, how? How the heck? Great. Now for the hands. Okay, the ref I have for the pose is terrible with the hands, so I'm just gonna use my own. I lift up my left hand, or whichever is not your dominant, and pose it, and you just kind of go from there, because they're actually quite movable, flexible, I don't know. But yeah, you can just use your own hand. Oh, I guess I have to explain how I do hands. So I draw a thumb line, then a square sort of thing. So thumb is like a triangle there, and then the rest is a square. Yay. Anyway, then I just kind of draw the fingers according to what my hand is doing, sort of thing. I always draw a line where the middle finger starts too. Here, let me zoom in. Quick tip, at least on my hand, the thumb ends in the middle of the first segment of the front finger, so yeah, make your thumb end around there. So yeah, so it should be ending here. Whoops, good thing I checked. Behold a hand. Oh, it's a really big hand. Oops. So, okay, quick tip. If you want to make it shorter or longer, just click on the keep aspect ratio, make sure it's off, and you can do this. Or not. If you want it to keep the same shape again, just click that again, and yeah, there you go. Oh, silly me, I did it on another layer. I didn't need to select anything. Whoops. Oh well. File save. You're going to see me doing that quite a bit. Once I remember to do it, I do it a lot. But sometimes I draw for like 2 or 3 hours without remembering to do it at all. And then once I remember, it's like every single second. Okay. Again, too big. Let me edit. Great, now okay, his arms are too big, so let me just okay, so file save. Now, quick tip. I use circles because reasons, and measure with that. So let's see, from the shoulder, that looks about right, and then from there, yeah. So maybe his arms are a tiny bit long, actually. Let me see. Here's another way I can tell if the, so, yeah, okay, so that's about right. Right there is where the elbow ends, and then, so yeah, looks okay. Also, hold down Control and click on the layers that you want to edit if you want to edit more than one. Simple as that. Older art programs don't do that, but this one does, and so does my current Corel Painter. Okay, so I'm gonna make his arms a little more thick. Just a smidge. There we go. Muscular. Let me check my ref real quick. That one ref's anatomy is abhorrent, let me tell you. But anyway, yeah, so if I just no, that isn't gonna work for me. Okay, let me do a study. Yep, okay, do that. Do that. Does that look right? No, it does not. Right. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, so next. Next is his face, which I have a very particular reference for. It's a drawing by someone else who drew the character for me after I commissioned them, so it's his face. So again, he's a muscular guy, so the face reflects that. Also, just drawing a circle and a, yeah, not a face. Faces are very specific and nuanced and different from one another, so it's a good idea to learn how to draw many different kinds of faces instead of circle. Yeah. I mean, if you have a style that suits that kind of circle face thing, I'm not one to judge, but if you're looking for a style more similar to my own, or a more realistic style, then I definitely recommend practicing different faces. Okay, let's see how that looks from afar. Okay. Much better. Even small differences can really fix something. Okay, so his neck will be a bit short if it's right there, so let's move that up. Okay, and then make that. Okay. So necks are actually quite complicated. Most do them with just 2 lines and then call it a day, but they have this, they have that, so. Okay, it's too high. Let's see how that looks from afar. Looks adequate. Reference again. Oh boy. Okay. So, I found this out way too late in life, but men's chests have sort of this slight, very, very slight gap. I think. It depends, maybe. So, I don't know if everyone has that, every man has that, or I don't know. I really don't. Okay, something's wrong. Looking at my references again. Ah, that's why I got wrong. Let's see if that looks okay. It does not. Okay, so that's what's wrong. Better. Now for that gap. There. And to give it some space from the, whoops. Give it some space from the collarbone. There. looking at refs again. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Here, let me do a thing. Boink. Okay. Alright, now for the face. Okay, I'm thinking. Yeah, his legs are a little bit small now, I thought. Okay, so I'm going to keep an eye on the number for the scale so I can do the legs separately without getting them too different. There. Also, I keep forgetting to look up here because the last one didn't have that, so don't be afraid to look at the whole picture, especially if you're zoomed in. So for my sketches, different categories, like I usually draw the base in black, and then I draw the rest in different colors, depending on what it is. Backgrounds are usually some form of green, face and basic features are blue, special-ish features are purple, really unique features are red. Like his markings are probably going to be red, so I kind of color code things. So I go around here for the character, and then green is solely for background. So I start with blue. Always draw the guidelines for the face. We don't need that anymore for now. Okay, checking my refs. He has a very specific face. Study faces if you want to draw different faces. I mean, some artists get away with same face syndrome and still are pretty professional or popular or whatever. So don't worry about it too much, but if you want your characters to have distinct faces, definitely research. Also, the guidelines are just guidelines. Go with what looks right. Whoa, that's... no. Nope. Okay. The lips aren't exactly halfway, like everyone says, draw the guideline halfway between the nose and the chin. Bottom of the nose anyway. But lips are actually a little bit above that, so be sure you can put a decent enough square from the bottom of the lips to the bottom of the chin, because the mouth is usually a little closer to the nose than it is to the chin, usually. So yeah. Eyes look best in the middle, or a little above for more mature characters. It depends on the maturity and the age, but be careful. Because I've drawn child characters with the eyes below the line, and it came out their forehead looked too big, so follow guidelines as best you can, but always reference. Okay, CV, because, alright, Control CV real quick, and then control aspect ratio. Here's how I draw the other eye. I'm lazy and I know there's better ways, and it's probably not the most accurate way, but it's just easy on me. Unless I'm doing traditional art, and then I'll actually not be lazy. Okay, we have his face. Hardest part of the drawing for me, so I'm always glad when it's over. Okay. His eyes could be a little smaller, actually. Did I really? Okay. Keep aspect ratio. Oh, dang it. Coral, or Clip Studio Paint did a few new things, so I'm not 100% used to it yet. Yep, that's a little bit better. Okay, his ears are also quite detailed. I mean, they're not accurate because they're fantasy elf ear things, but okay, so the top is here. You'll see the top of elf ears like that. At least that's how a lot of people draw them. And then there we go. Slightly different shade of blue for his earrings. No, that's too green, and as I said before, green's for background, so there we go, blue. Yeah, one's way bigger than the other, that's not right. There we go. Wrong. Okay, so he has this and that on both sides, and file save. Okay, so next is what makes him more recognizable. I mean, his face is pretty recognizable, courtesy of my creative friend, Sanguine. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, I have no idea how to pronounce it. Anyway, they designed him pretty well. I mean, I had an avatar of him on the Second Life I had created, but and I had a drawing of him that I made more original than the stuff on Second Life. But they're the one who made both things work together in a tasteful, cohesive piece of art, so. Hair grows, it's not plonked on, so make sure you give it some volume if you can. There we go, and nope. There we go. Whoops. That won't do at all. Making the horns a bit thicker because the reference says so, essentially. There we go. Okay, now to add clothing. Not sure why I want to have him wear yet his usual outfit or make his shoulders a little more shoulder. Okay. Orange Celsius. Oh no, it's kiwi. Kiwi Celsius. There we go. Just gonna have him with his regular outfit actually. Whoops. Oh well. He's not gonna have he's not gonna have sleeves, so I can't really go through how to do sleeves or anything like that. So I'm just gonna draw a simple vest thing. Jacket. I don't know what it is, but it's cool. I guess it's a sleeveless shirt he modified, which, yeah, he does tailor things. He's vain and picky, so he would have his clothes be edited. Okay, back to work. Okay, his shirt is nearly to his knees. That's how long it is. Give the bracelet some three-dimensional if you can, instead of just, you know. There we go. He has a ring and a necklace. My friend who helped me design him did much better with the skulls on the necklace, but I'm not that good of an artist, so I just kind of... Mostly this tutorial is to show you how to use Clip Studio Paint and some of its features and stuff like that, so... Hopefully it's entertaining at least. Probably would be more entertaining if I didn't focus so much and... Oh! Actually that doesn't look so bad. Nice. Okay, so he has three skulls are kinda on him, so... On his necklace, I mean. See how that looks? That's okay. If there's layers underneath what the top layer is, and I think I need to see where they're at, I'll lower the opacity so I know what's underneath, if that makes sense. Okay. Now for pants. Today has been a day, so I'm drawing the pants slow, sue me. So one thing to keep in mind about pants for men's, they have things females do not there, so don't draw it too low, but make the pants fair to men, put it that way. Okay, that's a little too fair. There we go. Next is the boots. I started on the pants, but I'll finish them later. They'll have laces, don't worry. So let me just... Actual laces, not whatever the hell. Oh my gosh. That's not going to be there after the sketch, I promise. Oh man. Okay. So next is this. Okay, that'll do. For now. So because the boots are kind of tight, the pants will wrinkle around them, so be mindful of that. Yay, he has his outfit. Okay, now he does have a tail, so I want to do kind of like something, I don't know. His tail is quite long. So I want to use a slightly different color for it, slightly more pink. Okay. Not dynamic enough. Let me try again. It's just a line, so it's not that hard to redo. There we go. Okay, so There we go. There's his tail. Now for his wings. Oh, let me. There we go. His wings are quite simple as they're made from smoke. I mean, he's made entirely out of smoke. He just kind of takes on forms for himself kind of thing. But yeah, the wings are just going to be all shadowy, smoky. Yep. And that's the sketch. Just kidding, I forgot his markings. So, yeah, so for super special stuff like that, I use red. And, yeah, I know the irony of being like, oh, he's super, you know. Nah, everything has already been written and yada yada. He's not that unique a character, but I still enjoy writing him, and that's what's important, right? So, yeah. Oh, and I also forgot his beard, dang it. This is why you always take a break between sketch and line art, because you might forget something, you might see an error you miss, so always take like an hour break or something between phases. So yeah, his markings are just kind of there. They're part of his curse. He's a cursed demon. I mean, he was always a demon, but now he's been cursed by an angel. So he kind of has a rough time of it, and these runes on him are from that. They're not going to be 100% accurate. I mean, the people I commission have a better rough sheet than what this image is going to be, so it's alright, but this will definitely get a few things across, like his personality and his magic, stuff like that. So yeah, he has runes, and I have a very particular way of coloring them. I've drawn them before, so I kind of have an idea of how I want them to look like in this style. Whoops-a-daisy. Okay, I still want them somewhat accurate. Whoops. Okay, that's not accurate at all. Whoops. Okay. There we go. And then that. Okay. Yep. From that angle, that's how they would look. Oh. Whoops. Okay. Trying to focus on getting these somewhat accurate, not entirely, but enough that you at first glance think they are, so. If someone else were to draw him, I'd be okay if they just did whatever with his markings. Like, it doesn't need to be 100% accurate at all. They can just have fun with it. But his markings really would not change because they're actually runes for the curse. Oh, yeah, it's more showing than I remembered. Whoops. Whoops a daisy. Then down, then up. And those are his runes. And with that, that's the sketch completed. Next is line work. So one thing I've realized is the silhouette. If you consider where the tail is with the wings, it's not going to look good as a silhouette. Which means, you know, if it's pitch black, those wings are just going to be a big mess. So, to get the tail out of there, I'm going to edit it a little bit. So I want it around, where do I want it? Actually, yeah, here would be good. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit shorter, but it doesn't need to be that long anyway. So let me just erase a little bit. Pressure sensitivity is wonderful, by the way. Let me get the right color real quick. Whee! And then sorry, just had this idea. Tails don't come out of the ass, they come from the very back of the spine, so keep that in mind. Okay, so we can see how it was before. See, it was in the middle of the wings. And now it's not. So it's still kind of lining up with the wings, so we'll edit the wings now. Eraser. And then, let me see. There we go, and that's what happens if you take a break, see with a fresh new pair of eyes, and edit a little bit. It comes out a bit more improved, so long as you remember to take breaks. One more edit to the tail. See, it looks like it comes out of his leg if you think about it instead of out of his spine. So, I'm going to edit that a little more. Let me see how I can... Okay, that works. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is there. So it's going to show underneath his shirt here and here, like this is the outside of the shirt and the tail's going to be coming out here inside the shirt and then going this way. So, yay. One last edit before I do the line art, and this one is going to be a reason for the last edit. Select all the layers and there. I got the critique that he wasn't he was a bit stocky, so I decided to do that. So the person who critiqued it would, and now we have this big space that we'll fix in line art, I promise. Okay, file, save as a different file. Whoops, gave it the wrong name, but that's okay. And then we make that so it's not visible, and then merge visible layers. As you can see, there's a few things that we don't need anymore. And now we rename this sketch layer, make it transparent a bit so we can see what we're doing with the line art, and new line art layer which has special properties I will show you shortly. So for line art, I tend to choose a color other than black. For example, I'm using a desaturated and dark purple. I never go pure black. Instead, I try to figure out what fits the mood of the picture or the character of the picture. Like if it's something romantic, I'll use a dark red that's a little more saturated. If it's something moody, kind of dark or sad, I'll use a deep blue. But for now, I'm using a more neutral purple. This color right here. There. So, figure out which pen you like most and take it from there, essentially. That's, try to keep your lines thin. So usually when I do line art, I kind of sketch it like so, because that adds in line weight, but you need a very steady hand for that. So if you're still new to line art and you want to have a really smooth line, like, I can't tell what's going on. Too much detail. But anyway, say you want a smooth line that's not very complicated, not very variation. Okay, so let me show you something before I do that. See all these? If you wanted to edit part of the line, it'd be a headache. So what I do is simplify vector line, have it 2 or 3, otherwise it's not going to do much. Put that sucker there, and ta-da! It's simplified. And you can edit these however you want. You can even do pinch, and yeah. So, and there's all kinds of great, like, vector line width. You can do that with, and have variation in your line art that way. I'm kind of boring, so I just go over it where I need to. So I do a mix of steady line art like that, and then I kind of sketch. So just do whatever's easier for you and whichever kind of line art you want. Like if you want a lot of variation in your width, definitely go with the sketchy route. If you want it more smooth and steady, like for animation, where everything's one line width, then I definitely recommend just using the tools here. Here, let me see something. Okay, that. Yeah, so you definitely want to use only 1 or 2 lines if you're going to be using these tools, otherwise you get stuff like this. And that's not very pretty. Most importantly, make line art more entertaining for yourself in whatever way you can. So, if that means going off the beaten path a little bit, like the beaten path being all these details here, go for it. Dang it, yeah, okay. Lots and lots of details on this guy, so and he was gonna have even more until my friend was like, he might be too much with the extra details, and I was like, you know what, I kinda agree. I see what you're saying, so he was gonna be more detailed, and now he's less detailed, thankfully, so yeah. Can you imagine more detailed than this? I mean, Princess Zelda from the Zelda series is pretty detailed, and so are most video game characters. Like, try drawing a video game character compared to like a movie character, and it's quite a lot harder usually. Especially with like Final Fantasy, Legend of Zelda, stuff like that. Most important in line art is to have a steady hand, because if you don't have a steady hand, then it's going to be very difficult, and how you get that is through a lot of practice. Also, don't be afraid to make small fixes in the line art phase. If you see something you can just trace a little better instead of redrawing, then do that. Also be sure to check how the line art looks without the sketch under occasionally. Here, let me add that nose. Whoops. There we go. Now check it in the sketch layer. Good enough. Actually, I kind of want his nose to be more of an angle. So just yeah, that's a bit better. But then, you know, it's obviously here, let me just beautiful. I used to save the face for last and have a very specific way to do it, like a bunch of copy and pasting, a bunch of this, that, or the other, like doing it with line art. I had to make it absolutely perfect, and I wasn't very good at art back then, so it still came out kind of wonky and weird. Now I just kind of draw it on top of the sketch, so it's easier on me and it comes out more natural. But do what works best for you. This is just how I myself draw things for myself. If my process needs editing for a commissioner or something, then I'll do that, but most of the time I just kind of do my own thing for me, because right now I'm not a professional, I'm just doodling. Give him a little more eyelash for stylization. That. There we go. Okay, yeah. So, a bit more. I mean, on this picture, the resolution's kind of small, so the face is kind of small. So you're not going to be seeing a lot of detail, especially if you're just glancing at it. Which, honestly, most people just kind of skim art. They look at it for 1 second. They don't stare at it for like an hour unless they really love it and it's a character of theirs. But most of the time they're going to go, oh, that's neat, and move on to the next after a few seconds. So what I'm trying to say is don't feel too much pressure to get everything correct. Just make sure it looks cool. Especially from afar. Oh, and one thing, if you're not confident with a steady hand yet, turn that up. I like it low. I say 8's about good, but yeah. Also, if you're doing pixel art, ta-da! Anti-aliasing, it chooses, or you can make it super blurry. Oh no, it's a... Okay. So it's a pretty neat program, actually. It's got all these features. I don't know how to properly blend in this, so I use Coral Painter for the ones I have to blend in. But for cell shading, comic-y, cartoon, stuff like that, this is the way to go. In my opinion. You might prefer Photoshop or something, who knows. But I just don't. Alright. He has earrings there. I kind of scribbled... dang it. Kind of scribbled them so it's hard to make out, which confused me. So make sure your sketch can be as confusing as you want it to be for others. unless you're commissioned or something. But anyway, if you're just drawing for yourself and you don't need to show anyone, make your sketch readable to you, but don't worry about it being readable to others. Unless you're going to take a long break from art mid-sketch, then make sure it's as readable as possible. But you probably wouldn't know that such a break is coming up if you're drawing, so whatever. Point being, make sure that if you're just drawing for yourself, make sure things are readable and legible to you for the sketch. Now, when you want to show your art off to get critique or something, or you're going to post it, make sure the final product's decent, unless you just really have that I draw for myself and no one else, which if you have that kind of attitude, perfect. That's a good attitude to have. But yeah, I definitely recommend drawing to make you happy and no one else happy unless someone's paying you for it, and then be sure to make them happy with their product or they'll probably ask for their money back. These are feathers here, so gotta make that obvious by using the line. By the line, I mean the line. You know, the artist's definition of a line. Gotta make sure it's readable from afar, and so far it is, so. Yeah, be sure to check from afar. I'm pretty sure you can edit this, make it bigger, make it better, make it worse, do whatever you want, so. By the way, the line art for his markings, because they're glowing, are going to be a brighter color, and I have a very specific process for doing them. Okay, so there's that. These will be more recognizable as skulls once I properly draw them, line art them. See how that looks? Readable. You can tell that they're skulls, which makes me happy. Except I'm being kind of picky. Here, let me... Better. Okay, that's better. Here, let me make it more obvious. This one's from the side. Darken that. Darken that. No. There we go. Okay, for drawing circles, practice as always and kind of eyeball it if you can, otherwise but yeah, just go around as many times as you need to get the edges right, like so. And even then it's never going to be perfect, but if you really want to, circle, edit, outline selection, and there's all these options. Ta-da, you got a circle. A perfect circle. I mean, not perfect, but better than what I could do. But yeah, just practice with circles, practice with everything. And you'll get there. No, I don't like that. Okay, fixed. Let me make sure the world's not blowing up on me real quick. Yeah, no one's dying, don't worry. Well, actually, yeah. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so I'm just gonna keep drawing. Can't believe today's just Saturday. I mean, I don't know when I'm gonna upload this, but yeah, it feels like a Sunday day, but it's not. File, save. And then, okay, I'm starting to make sense of all this. I couldn't at first, which is bad because the sketch needs to be legible for you, which is why I use all these colors in the first place, so I can kind of tell. If you want to clean up your sketch so you can tell what you're aligning and don't make mistakes on your line art, but make the sketch for you. It's to tell you where to put everything for the final product. You can put notes, you can do whatever you want, but just make sure it's legible for you. Now, if you're doing a commission and someone wants a preview to see if they like what they're getting before they pay up, kind of thing, then yeah, I recommend making a good sketch so that they can tell they're going to be possibly happy with the final product. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Sorry if I'm kind of rambling because line art's not the most exciting process. Like, everything's there, you just gotta make it clean, kind of deal. Some people find it real satisfying to watch, especially with those who can do a single line with a single stroke kind of deal. Like, if I were to do this and just make it real satisfying instead of the organized chicken scratch I do, I'm sure I could do some nice music and make it real satisfying for others to watch, but this is just a tutorial, so a tutorial for a friend, that is. Very close friend who I've known since forever, pretty much, it feels like some days. Like he's just always been there. Like I said, line art's not the most fun process, and a lot of people have it as their least favorite part of the drawing. I usually make it the most fun because it's when I watch the videos I want to watch, like TV or something, because it's kind of, mind-numbing. But for everything else, I have a tendency to want focus. So I either listen to silence or listen to music I don't have to focus on. That kind of thing. I heard this research thing that says you should kind of work in silence if you can, because it helps with focus and improves the quality of your work. But some people are, I just run out of energy if I do that. So if you need music to keep you going, then I say do it. If you need to watch some kind of TV as you draw, do it. Whatever floats your boat, keeps you focused, and keeps you motivated, do it. Now, the scientists might recommend that you work in silence because focus, but it may not be true for everyone. For example, I do have ADHD, so I have trouble focusing on a lot of things. I wasn't diagnosed until later in life, but it kind of makes sense with a lot of the issues I had in school. So now that I know how to deal with it and what I need to do to improve myself and improve my life. People say don't label yourself, but if I do have something, I would like to know so I have a starting point to research and figure out how to better my life, kind of thing. So I try not to label myself, but I also think it's good for people to be diagnosed if they have something so they can help themselves improve their lives, kind of deal. Point being, I'm unable to focus for long periods of time unless I'm really enjoying what I'm doing, like art. And I love drawing a bunch, so it's not that hard for me to just sit here for hours, unless it's line art and then I'm just like, kill me. But yeah, I do enjoy myself for the most when I'm drawing, which keeps me going. Plus, whenever I see art, I kind of get inspired, even if it's not the... It doesn't have to be like... What's his name? Michelangelo, was it? The famous artist? Anyway, it doesn't have to be real high-scale art to inspire me. Even just seeing a cartoon, I'm like, oh, what if I drew something kind of cool like that, you know? So whenever I see art, I want to draw. And if I'm feeling unmotivated, I watch a speed paint or something, and then I'm like, oh, I really want to doodle now. So a few things about line art. Try to improve your sketch as you go through it. I'll show you what I mean in a second after I So like, I think his arms aren't buff enough yet. So Okay, I sketched a bit and I want them more buff, so I do that. See? I'm a little bit deviated from the line. And gonna make this connection smoother. And there. It's slightly improved. So don't just trace over whatever, try to make small improvements as you go along. And the sketch isn't set in stone, just think of it as notes. Once you do line art though, it's pretty much your host, so improve the line work if you can. Now, when things are really set in stone, and by that I mean like, oh dear, dang it. I got the chest muscles kind of confused. Let me look at my breath. Okay. And I'm just gonna do that. There. See how that reads from, yeah, sure, whatever. It's fine. Also, if you hit the on quotation on your keyboard, you can do this. So just do that. See it from the side. And that'll help your line work a lot because having the right angle will help your hand. Now he has a phoenix on his bracelet and a spider stuck in amber in his ring, but first off, his ring isn't at the right angle. Second off, these are quite small in the grand scheme of things, so the detail wouldn't be readable. Also, like I said before, people are just gonna look at your pictures for a few seconds, like they're not gonna look at it as long as you are, unless it's for them and it's their character, that kind of thing. So, what I'm trying to say is don't sweat the small stuff. If a little detail is off, don't worry about it. Just focus on fixing glaring issues when you can, and don't get too detailed unless that's the point of the picture for some reason. I mean, try to make it look good, but don't sweat the small stuff. Especially line art when your entire picture is like that and your lines are kind of thin. Don't worry about it too much if something's wobbly, because most people aren't gonna look at it that closely, so just make it look good. Especially from afar, especially with the thumbnail, especially with the silhouette. Think about it from far away, not and think about it a little close up, but not too much. Yeah, that thumb's kind of weird, so I'm gonna... There we go. It always takes a moment to save, so I kind of check on stuff when it's saving. I mean, I'm not browsing Instagram right now, but I am kind of checking my phone and stuff like that. See how that reads? Beautiful. Wait. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. So, yeah. A few quick tips is, dang, I just forgot them. Whoops. If I think of them, I'll say them. Oh. Try to make sure your resolution is big enough for the eyes to still be colored or colorable. So if your eyes can't be detailed, then increase the picture resolution unless you have a really fussy laptop. Then don't worry about it. But if you can, make sure that you can detail the eyes. Heard that tip from a art magazine kind of thing. So yeah. And as you'll see, you guys will see later, my character has very particular eyes, so peculiar, I don't know, but his eyes are not really special, just kind of different. Oh, let me see. Yeah, that needs something there. Yeah. Okay. See how that reads? No. Nope, no, not at all. Boink. Okay, and then this side of the hand. Almost forgot. Much better. So anyway, next is, I always like putting seams on outfits and stuff like that. because it just kind of makes it feel a little more alive, I think. Oh no, I just like the look of them. Also, even if art's kind of hard, if you like the look of something, do it. Even if it's difficult, just practice at it, you'll get it eventually, and you'll like the look of your own art after a few practices. Or I'm pretty sure there's some artists out there who draw like the most beautiful things or the most horrifying or whatever they're good at, and still feel like they have a lot of improvement to go. Point being, don't give up. Even if you're in a slump, your art will get there. Even if you don't think so, even if you look at it and don't really like it, it'll get there. Let's see. There we go. Also avoid what's called a tangent, like if you look here, the pen's leg is going to be kind of close to one, but if you just make this fold a little bit lower, you'll avoid a tangent, is what they're called. So there. If I wanted to show you what a tangent looks like, that's one. There. Avoid them. Basically, there where lines intersect where they shouldn't, and it makes the drawing a little more confusing, especially from afar. But yeah, there's kind of one still, but it's better. Okay, don't let me forget the scene. Also, the cool thing about Clip Studio Paint, after I get this line correct, vector layers can also do like brushes and such. So, wow, why is there no sensitivity on that? Density, brush size, let me edit. Ah, that's why. Okay, let me, and now it's gone. Huh, that's weird. Okay. I messed up. Oh. Okay, brush size, minimum. Huh, what did I do wrong? Okay, well, ignore that brush. Okay, so if I wanted to do a thing like that on a line work vector layer, and I wanted to fix it a little bit, simplify. Oh my, I didn't expect that. Okay. And ta-da! So the cool thing about Clip Studio Paint is you can still do line work with other pens or any tools you want, even ones that it shouldn't work. Okay, next is the butt. If I can get my settings right. What? Okay. I say don't sweat the small stuff, and here I am putting details that are going to be difficult later on. Ain't that a thing? Ain't that the way artists do it? File save. Make sure the world isn't dying on me. Okay, everything's fine for the moment. So, again, up here you can kind of upper right in case my mouse doesn't show. And I'm sure all these tools you can see would help you, but I'm just too afraid I'm going to break something. Try to fix your line art by drawing over the lines you don't like. That way you get line variety and it looks a little more dynamic. Okay, so just that there as a little detail, and from afar it reads okay. Again, I could just check in the upper right, but it's a little small and crowded. Again, I could change it, but I'm afraid of the program blowing up on me, exploding my laptop. And okay, next is pants and boots. Dang it. So how I do coloring is lay down the flat colors using magic wand to select the areas I want, expanding by 1 or 2 pixels the selection, and then filling in color. So I kind of keep line art in mind with that process and try to keep everything closed and fillable. I mean, okay, watch. I select close gap. Ta-da. See? Edit. Oh, I can't fill because it's a vector layer, so edit and fill. And that's what close gap does. But if you forget to expand, you get straight pixels. So keep that in mind. Control Z is amazing, let me tell you. Also, I keep having to wipe little specks off my screen because my glove is dying, so honestly I should get a new tablet monitor thing, art thing, eventually, but right now I'm saving up for other things, so eventually I'll get a really good one. But yeah, point being, even though I probably could just use the close gap feature and not worry about everything being closed off, it's force of habit, so. From the days of early Coral Painter that I bought in like a long time ago. I don't think even the new Coral Painter has a closed gap feature, and it's kind of glitchy with its selection tool. So a lot of these habits are because I am used to Coral Painter, and Coral Painter is a little bit fussy about how its selection tool works. Okay, I promise I will do the shoelaces soon. Okay, next boot. Which is at a slightly different angle. Take your time, art's not a race, it's unless you have deadlines or something, and then in which case find something that works best for you. But if you're just drawing for yourself, no deadlines, nothing, just take your time, relax a little bit, have fun with it. I mean, sometimes art can be erased depending on, like, if you're doing a contest, if you're... So yeah, I'm sure there's situations, but for me, I mostly just draw for myself and occasionally the friend who commissions me. And I just have a good time with whatever I'm drawing, especially if it's something creepy. I'm good with creepy. I don't find my character here creepy. I find him badass, I guess. Cool. He's pretty fun though, as a character. Like, he's not as stoic as I tend to draw him. He's a bit... has a sense of humor, is a bit whimsical, kind of does what he wants and has fun with it, sort of thing. Not an outright wild rebel, he still has some restraint, but he does what he likes to and what he thinks will help him accomplish his goals, kind of thing. Also, if you're looking into making characters, like, for stories and such, for writing, webcomics, what have you, definitely look up some psychology and not just from YouTube, because sometimes YouTube therapists can be misleading and lie about certain things to make themselves look good. So what I suggest is take a class, read a book, a textbook, read several textbooks, and get through it. I hate that part of the shoe. Let me fix that. But yeah, do proper research on psychology and research how to write the kind of character you're after. Like, narcissism isn't just a trait, it can be an entire personality disorder, and a very complicated one at that. So definitely do your research and try and figure out what the truth is, if you're going into writing and plan on making it a job anyway. If you're just doing writing for the heck of it and for fun, then I'm not here to tell you what to do to make it unfun. It's a recommendation. I definitely recommend looking into some psychology, taking a class, reading a textbook. I do have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I never went further, and I kind of wish I did, but that's life. So, I do have some basic knowledge of the disorders and personality traits and what is different from pop culture psychology versus clinical. And so I know a few facts, but I'm no expert. So all I can recommend is look for it yourself, because I don't know what you're looking for, and I don't know enough about psychology to make genuine recommendations on how to bear your characters. All I can say is research. In fact, if you do anything, always start out with research. Like, if this is your first art tutorial, you're already researching how to be a better artist. And, or you're researching how to better use Clip Studio Paint, which I'm not using it to its full abilities. Like, I could be just doing like that, then that, and that. Behold, a perfect line that's, has good, it looks quite nice. So I could be doing that, but it's just easier for me to just do this. So I'm not really the one to go to tell you how to use Clip Studio Paint to the best of its full potential. But I can tell you how I personally have fun with it. And it is quite a joyful program to use. Like, it's just fun, and it looks nice. It makes things look nice. Let me see how that reads. Pretty clean, pretty nice. Let me. went too far, and I know how to do it one way but not the other way, so you're gonna have to get used to it spinning all the way around or something. I'm sorry. Okay, now for his tail. Again, there's much better ways to be doing what I'm doing, but I do what's fun for me, and it's more satisfying for me to do it this way. You know what? Let's do it the rational way. New layer, new vector layer. Whee! It's gonna take me a few times to get it right. Whee! I'm sorry, guys. You have to deal with this. Anyway, simplify by a ton. Make that big so it actually catches it. Simplify it more. And then we do this. And that's the power of vector tools. Oh. Let me get this right. Completely right. That looks... Instead of redrawing the whole line over and over again, I can just do that. Anyway, adjust line width. We make the whole thing thicker. Yay. Okay, see how the tail starts underneath his boot, or his fluff. I'm gonna make it start around there. So let me do that again. I could turn up the stabilization. I could do all kinds of things to make this tons easier, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna do this, which does make it quite a lot easier, but it's like I could computer science this all the way, but I'm not. Am I still recording? Yes, I am. Okay. I always gotta check on that. Okay, so there's a part that isn't... Oh my, I did not want that. Okay, that's better. It looks a little wobbly, but that's okay. Whoa, how'd that happen? How did that... Okay, simplify both. No. Maybe... And let me fix that. Fix it more. Okay, that's good enough. Older programs couldn't select vector layers for some reason, if I'm remembering correctly anyway. But this one sure as heck can, so I adore it for that. So, select, delete, clean. Cool. There's a bit of a tangent where the boot meets the tail, but I wish I saw that sooner. I could probably fix it, but... Okay, so I'm gonna have the tail start here. It's gonna be pitch black, so I'm gonna... Oh my. Nice. Okay, so we do this and that. Select, expand, 1. Select, invert, hit cut, deselect. What? Oh, that's why. Let me fix the tips because those will be noticeable. See how that looks. It'll look better once it's everything's done and I add in the black, but right now it's kind of goofy. I know. Putting a separation layer so I don't accidentally put my line work on the sketch and then draw and then get so far and wrong layer kind of deal. I'm gonna edit this a bit. It should be simple enough to fix. So yeah, always aim to fix in the line art if you can. And do whatever you want to the sketch, it doesn't matter. Just make sure the line art looks good, especially when you color. Take breaks and you can also do this. Rotate flip canvas, flip horizontal, and you'll see more issues that way. Which I do see an issue or two, but probably should have done that sooner, but yeah, it looks okay. Just okay. I mean, it looks better from this angle. Also, I do irises on a very specific kind of layer and do them in a very specific way because I used to always get the irises off and like they weren't looking in the same direction. I'm better at that now, but I'm still cautious just in case. That looks terrible. Okay. There we go, much better. Okay. There we go. Let's see how the horns look. Much better. Okay. Now to finish the hair. Okay. So theoretically you could turn all the stabilization all the way up and have the line art tools do the things that is hard to do without a steady hand, and I wouldn't blame you because they're there for a reason. But I definitely recommend trying to do line art this way as well. Like, do half and half both ways and then work your way up to doing it purely one way or the other. But try to build up the steady hand if you can. It'll take a while and there's nothing you can do but practice to get it. But definitely try if you can. Okay, see how that looks. Yes, I'm forgetting his markings and his laces. Okay. I'm gonna add the wings in a very certain way, because I don't want the wings pitch black and then the tail pitch black like it is on the reference. For the reference it's fine, but for this picture I kind of want it, I want the tail to stand out, so. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I always copy, paste the line art, and then make one so I can't edit it, or the opacity's locked anyway. And normally I don't do this, but for his markings, I lower the opacity of the line art, and then I markings, line art. And then I choose a brighter color for it, like that, and do like that and underneath the line art. So yeah, and I always make sure it connects like so. So it is easier for me to select later. Here, let me. There, now you can see what I'm doing, and I can see what I'm doing, which is important as well. So his markings glow, which is why I'm doing it this specific way. And here, let me make this smaller. That way it fits in more evenly with the other line art. And for these I just kind of trace sloppily, but yeah. Yeah, and I just do this for a while. There's probably better ways, more efficient or more whatever, proper, I'm not sure. But this makes it easier for me later, if that makes sense. You'll see why. Always improve with the line art if you can. Also, the stabilization is only at 8 right now, so it's kind of... So, yeah. Dang it, I need to scroll down a bit. Here, let me do that so it's not weird, and there. Let me take a look. Yeah, that's... You'll see why I'm doing it like this in a moment. Well, it's gonna be a lot longer than a moment. Hoo boy. Yeah. But point is, there is a reason I'm doing it this way. Spoilers, it's for easier selection later. So I can just select on the outside, say, fill in this, and it fills in nicely. Again, I could probably be doing things that make it actually look better or something, but okay. That looks kind of good, actually. I'm proud of myself. I did it. I mean, sure, my art's no Michelangelo? Pretty sure it's Michelangelo. It's been a while. Anyway, I know I'm not a master yet, but I'm way better than I was 5 or so years ago. Better than even just a year ago, so I'm proud of my improvement and progress. And I genuinely like how some of my art looks these days, so it makes me happy to draw and see something I actually like sometimes. Again, I'm not the best, and I shouldn't be tooting my horn so much, but I just like what I draw sometimes. Okay, now for his abs. And this is why you need a steady hand, is so you can get things done a little quicker. So, because if I was doing each line perfectly and using all the tools, it'd take some time. But here I just... what the heck? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's all messed up. We'll fix it though. Dang it. And that's a lot I have to redo, but that's okay. More important that it looks good. I'm just gonna not. My friend did a good job designing the runes. I had a general idea for them, but they were kind of... So my friend stepped in after I commissioned them and made them so beautiful, so... Gonna have to edit. There we go. Yeah, okay, let me fix that. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay, and now to show you why I did that. Heck. As closed gap, yep, that's why. Okay, try that again. No one saw that. Select, invert, edit, fill. Whoops, wrong layer. Okay, so markings, fill, edit, fill. Yay, and then edit, copy, edit, paste, filter, blur. It gives it a slight glow, CV, Control CV, it's a quickest way to and then overlay. Okay, a little less there, a little less there, a lot less. Okay, that's good. Now I'm going to do his eyes. And like I said, I have a specific way of doing his eyes, so, or anyone's eyes, because I used to have to shift them around a lot to make them look like they're looking in the same direction. I've gone a lot better with that after doing traditional art. So I start out with the line art color, and then do a pen, for him and his special eyes. I do a bright yellow. Heck. Do a bright yellow. And then a bright red. See how that looks from afar? Yes. And then too big. Perfect. Put that above the line art. Eyes glow. Filter blur. Gaussian. About that. No. No. Yes. And then overlay. Lower it. Yep. Looks good. File. Save. Okay, now for his tail. Pick up the line art color. I know I could just save it or something, but there's many ways I could be making this easier, so. Okay, line work copy, select the tail, select expand, edit, fill. And he also has a little bit of black on his horns, so airbrush, soft, 20, 70. file. So. And that's it for the line art. Next is, oh wait, I promised you laces. Shoelaces. So first we're just gonna pick an off-white and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, heck, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then line art, smaller pen. That's not how you do shoelaces, by the way. This is how. Okay. Heck. I mean, you can if you want a more simple look, but yeah, I saw a tutorial saying don't, so I am trying to not, if that makes sense. What the hey did I do? Oh, silly me. Better. Goofing up again. Okay. Let me see. Blank. That way, that way, that way, that way. How does it read far away? Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, I think I got the hang of it. First time drawing them this way, so forgive me. See how that reads from afar? No. Nope, no. Okay. Next is going to be colors, so look forward to it. Okay, so now we're going to do coloring. Like I said before, I tend to select a bunch, so be prepared to see me abuse the selection tool. Yay, I did the shoelaces. I'm so proud of myself. Okay. In all seriousness, let's, we don't need the sketch right this second, I don't think. Yeah, everything looks fine. So anyway, I'm gonna select quite a lot. First, I always do skin first. Hold on, I think the world is dying. Nah. So, yeah, I'm just gonna... Oh, and because the markings are on a different layer, I have the selection tool only selecting from the line work layer. It's gonna make it much easier, so instead of the markings blocking me in certain places, it's just gonna be this. They kind of helped me tell what's skin and what's not from close up, because I was kind of unsure what the hey this was, but yeah, that's skin. I can tell because of the markings on it. So anyway, oh, yeah. So I gotta be extra careful to get, there we are. So I have to be extra careful to get all the things in the layer so there's no stray pixels or white spots later. So yeah, it looks good so far. He is kind of detailed though. Usually I like my characters kind of simple because I draw them a lot. But I do love his design, and I love having others draw him, so it's not a problem. Let me get a ref for the color so I can color pick. Let's see. Copy image, edit, file, create new from clipboard, and there he is. So yeah, did I already expand? Yes, I did. Edit, fill. Aha, I see where I missed a few places, or just one place. Boink. So anyway, yeah. Usually I'm kind of, let me see, saturation. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah. So I usually do things in a certain order. His lips are gonna bug me though, so okay, so I lock transparency even though I don't usually draw on the layer. I go a little bit red, and then on the clipping layer, okay, to explain, clip to layer below so you can boop instead of, yeah, see? So anyway, clip it. Add a bit of red. Multiply. And lower the opacity. Now, same thing, multiply. Bit of reddish tint, kind of purplish red. And multiply 28, a little lighter. There. Now he has lips. Kind of. And the top area looks a little weird. Let me just fix that. Much better. File, save. Okay, next are the eye whites. Name your layer so you know what you're doing. If you want. I mean, I'm just spouting what I do. Expand and eye whites. For him, I use a little more of a bluish gray instead of a pure white like I do for others. I just think it makes him look slightly more creepy, which he's a demon guy, so of course he's going to be a little bit unsettling if I do it right. I don't know, some others might just find him pretty, I don't know. So, I usually do irises on another layer, and then I do skin, eye whites, and hair in that order first. I like to get what I call the genetics out of the way. I call things like anatomy and skin color and hair color and stuff like that the genetics, even though they're, well, maybe that works, I don't know. But yeah, I label them frequently as the genetics, and that's basically anything that's genetically changed, like eye color, hair color, skin color, anatomy, shape, stuff like that. Anything attached to the character permanently or semi-permanently. And okay, so for this I kind of use again a bit of a gray, but not as gray. It needs to be a little lighter. There. I love that tool. Wrong color? Oops, press a button and it fixes it. Ta-da. Yeah, that looks okay. And then next I do the big details, like the shirt. Because as I'm shading, the light kind of depends on the bigger details, and then as I get to the lower details, the light doesn't matter as much, but bigger details I can figure out where the light's coming from and where I need to shade. Like I said, you're going to see me abuse the select tool. I think that's it. select expand. Now on his reference, his shirt's kind of a purplish, similar to his skin, but not quite. I kind of change it to blue, but a very dull blue, because blue is a neutralish color. At least the shade I use for him. Let me get another reference. Yeah, okay, there. Yeah, so it's kind of a... Whoa, that's too dark. Oh well. Control U, save me. Saturation down, lightness up. Let's make it a little wrong way, a little more blue. There. Now he has a sort of bluish purplish shirt. Also, my friend who designed him, or we designed him together, but they really knocked it out of the park with their ideas. Yeah, actually this is about the original reference color, so what am I saying? Yeah, they were correct in the color they chose. So yeah, they did awesome. So I'm trying to decide what to do next. Pants, I guess. Oh. Hold on, let me fix something. Otherwise it's gonna bug me. Let me get the reference. Okay. Like I said before, I kind of like seams on stuff. It just makes it more crisp, I guess. And then he needs pockets. Let me get the line weight right. There we go. There. Now I'm happy. Gonna lock it again, and I'm gonna select on the line work. I usually don't use select on because it's easier with the lines the way they are now. But yeah, one line art is for selecting stuff, and the other line art is for the pitch black. It's easier to select, especially if I'm drawing black hair. I'll do all the strands of hair on it, and that can be very difficult to select and unselect. So, well, it's not difficult to unselect, but very difficult to select. So I have a tendency to keep a layer that I can just select stuff on for ease. Yeah, that needs to be more blue. Whoa, too blue. What shade? Yeah, that looks better. Yep, that looks good. And now we need... Usually I would have put this on the other line work layer, but I forgot, so I'm just putting it on its own layer. Edit, fill. Plus it looks cooler with the light anyway, so I guess that's fine. Now for the boots. This is the most tiring part of it for me because I'm just selecting stuff. There's not much thought, but it's still tedious. I mean, sure, I could do some other thing to fill in the colors, but it'd be even worse then, so I just do it this way. Let's see, cooler colors. Fill. I do have another reference I'm kind of glancing at of him that I drew recently, but I'm just glancing at it. I am picking colors based off of that and based on what I want. Do not save. Oh, if you saw that, it was his jewelry up close that you could have seen, like I said, with the phoenix and all that. Let's see. Next is gold. I used to name the shading layers, so sometimes I name something gold base, which means base colors, because I used to name the shading layers and now I just don't. So yeah, see, watch this. If I select there, it's gonna have a bit of white. So instead I select it on there, so it's gonna be filled in. When I expand, it's gonna be a little messy right there, so I'm just gonna be careful with that area. Okay, what else is gold? His jewelry. Anything else? Nope. Oh, whoops. Forgot there. Okay, so gold. I always use a little bit more red than green, like see that slime green, and then straight up is, here I'll show you. Looks kind of sickly, so I tend to use more orange than red in my shades of gold. Ah, right. My quick way of deselecting is new selection and then just tap it and I'll just not select anything. Okay, last is, oh wait, no last. I got 2 more layers. Okay. Blue base. Yeah, I still name things base even though I haven't named a shading layer in years. Go figure. Heck. Sometimes it selects everything if I do it wrong, so yeah, that looks good. Select, expand, okay. and a few stray pixels are there, so I'm gonna go over with the pen and kill them. Kill the pixels I don't want. So, yeah. Now last is silver. Okay. I never go with pure white or pure black. Some say you should, some others say you shouldn't. I say it's up to you, but I heard that using warm blacks can make something seem more mysterious and inviting and curious, whereas using cold blacks will make something seem spookier. So it depends on the drawing, I suppose, but I definitely suggest adding at least a tiny bit of warm or cold into your blacks and whites. Okay. Actually, I was going to control you and but instead I think I'm just going to lighten it up by shading, because it's so small details, so it doesn't really. It's when details are this small and the shading is cell, you can just highlight like that and looks good. And that's all the base colors, and everything's blocked in. So you can see okay. So to establish mood, I like to do the background first, even if it's just simple. I mean, my city backgrounds are okay for cartoony. They're just square buildings, square windows, and a little bit of mood. Objects like stars or moons or sun or something. So I'm probably... Actually, yeah, let's go through how to do a background like that. So first we gotta figure out... Let's see, he's mostly kind of purples and yellows, and so red's usually something, a cool deep red would be something to, let me see how that looks. You know what, let's not bother with the sun because there's no good place to put it. Okay, that's too close. Close to his skin color, so let's... No. Yes. Okay. So that's... Zoom out a little bit so your brush doesn't cry, I guess. Oh no, man. And then gradient. So, because of the city lights being what they are, you want to kind of go lighter. And always go towards yellow if you're going lighter, and go towards blue here if you're going darker. Okay, so we got a nice gradient. Sort of. What's the brush density? Let's lower that. Blink. Good. Okay. Now for the buildings. You take a square. Let's do the tallest ones first, which are also going to be the furthest away. Try to get tall things near where the picture ends, because then it kind of keeps your eye on the page, essentially. So you want to block the eye from leaving the page, essentially. And by doing tall objects near the edge, you do that. I guess. I don't know, man. It's science, I guess. I really don't know. Okay. Edit. Fill. Wrong. Let me boink. Edit. Fill. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, we want the buildings a little darker, so like I said, go towards blue. And then, airbrush. So you have the haze of the city lights. And because these are so far away, I'm not going to add lights to them. That is going to be for the next. Have some variety if you can, like here and other places. Edit. Fill. No. Okay, so we want in between here and here. So a little lighter, a little bit towards orange. Edit. Fill. Yep. And select that color yet again, because it doesn't really show up in the other layers. So, and there we go. Buildings. Now for the building lights. For this I'm going to use kind of an orange, because it would be yellow, but he's got yellow markings, so I don't want to be redundant. Sorry, I just kicked a can accidentally. Okay. And then just be random. Have fun with it. And don't get too close to the haze, because the haze kind of blocks out lights, if that makes sense. So yeah, have fun. Almost done. Fill. CV to duplicate fast. Control CV. And well, edit, undo, filter, blur, that. And then I like to change the opacity a bit so it's not so vibrant. There. And okay, lastly, go to sprayers and get something that's star-like. That's not good enough. Particle size, make it bigger. Yes, that's perfect. Okay. So keep it towards the top of the sky, because the closer it is to the city, the hazier it's going to be, and then make it faint, because city lights block out stars, as we know, except for 1, 2, 3. CV, Control CV, Gaussian, blur it a bit. Change opacity and filter, blur these stars so they shine a little more and look more like the atmosphere is messing with them. And a little less because it's city sky. And we have a lovely red background for him. Now to add the wings so we don't see it at all. Oh no, I guess I just wanted to show you how to do a background. Where are these? Oh, the windows. Okay. Yeah, that's why you named the layers wings. Okay. So for the wings, they're going to be made out of smoke. So we just and so they don't hide everything. I think I'm just gonna give him like a aura kind of thing. Like filter, blur. No. Okay, let's see what it looks like up close. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Yeah, that's better. So, sometimes I just wing it, see what happens. Like, what the hey? That's not gonna work. Okay, that's good, but it could be better. Kind of a deal. So, what's this? Cloud. That's the... I just used something that's like that. Touching... What's this? No. No. Yeah, so I don't see anything that's really gonna help me do smoke here. I mean, that kind of works, sort of. So I'm just adding shiny effect things until I see something I like, I guess. Ain't that just how it goes, I guess? Huh, that looks decent. Okay, add this to multiply, make it big. Whoops. There we go, now he looks evil. And that's how you establish some kind of mood. He's in a city, it's red, which means bad things, I guess, and he has dark smoke around him, which makes him look even scarier. He's a smoke demon kind of thing, so. Yay. Okay, pick your multiply color, usually a bluish color. You can choose red if you want a certain mood for your picture, but I'm just going to choose blue to make them stand out from the background. And multiply. Try to keep your shading color lighter than the blacks, because if you don't, it looks kind of weird and it's hard to read. So. Okay, no, that's too, there we go. So you want to shade the side of the nose so I'm saying the light is coming from this way. Whoops, that's confusing. Okay. Is how the light's going. This way. Here. So. So you want to shade under the nose, usually. Under the lips, right where the chin should be. And then, and the eyelids. If they have strong cheekbones, under those. I guess that's what that is. I don't know, man. I really don't. Shade around the forehead a little bit, but not too much. A little bit where the hair is hiding it, not too much. I'll do a dramatic lighting tutorial sometime, where it's all, dark and spooky and wild with all kinds of bells and whistles, but not today. Plus, I'm better at that with, Coral Painter than I am with Clip Studio Paint. I mean, cell shading can work very well with very dramatic lighting. You just gotta be really good with it. So I'm not quite to that point yet, but I can certainly try to teach you guys how to do that. So, let me just... Yeah, I guess that works. Actually, filter, blur. Yeah, that looks good. For him, it was kind of necessary, but usually you shouldn't shade that area in cell shading. But if you're going for a more realistic look, then definitely do. It's one of the, If I were doing realistic, I would also shade under the eyes, but that would make him look tired with self-shading, so no. There's probably a better way to do the markings to show more definition, but because the chest area is a bit more round, you want to kind of shade it to be a little rounder. Just keep anatomy in mind, sort of thing. Also keep this light, so don't shade that too much, if at all. See how I'm kind of rounding the shadows? Instead of like instead of that, then that, it makes it look flat. So that gives it the right shape. So kind of use shapes in your shadows as well. Another tip I heard is to try and keep your shadows connected a little bit. That's not always possible, but try and make your shadows touch one another. Okay, so these are just bumps on the skin, remember that? Don't shade them a lot. Maybe just a line here and there, and that's it. Again, they're just tiny bumps here, so don't shade them too much. Let the line work speak for itself here. With cell shading, it's very important to give shape to your shades. I mean, so same with realism, but with realism you can use gradients and such. So it just depends on what your preference is, but try to go around, make round shapes with your shading instead of blocky unless it calls for it. Just be situationally aware. Sorry, there's something on my screen. Oh, okay. And that's the skin done. If I were a pretty girl, I might add some blush of some sort. But it's just a pretty guy, so I guess, nah. It wouldn't really suit him, and he already has these markings. Okay, eye whites are simple enough. Multiply, clip layer. See, that's all you gotta do. Hair is a little more complicated, I guess. It depends on how complicated you want to be with it. So, first gradient. Ah, dang it. Let me fix a thing. I didn't fix it at all. Okay. And then okay, that looks good. No, the hair's not done, don't worry. that would be a bit of a confusing. I mean, sometimes I would just add a gradient and call it good, depending on the picture, but since this is a tutorial, I'll detail the hair so you guys can see what I'm doing. There. So I kind of shade behind the ears a little bit more. Beard. There. Okay. Shade one side of the hairlines. Like, don't go down the middle like that, just shade one side and make it the side that's... Actually, that's the side that's over, not under. Dang it, I did it wrong, but oh well. Add a few hairs like that, but not too many because it's just cell shading. Which, to be fair, neither shading is superior than the other. And both can be difficult to do depending on what you're trying to accomplish, so I don't mean to say just cell shading like that. I just mean, okay, behind the ears. I just mean it's a little simpler, but not easier, if that makes sense. Let's see how that reads. Could be a little darker there. Okay, and now for everyone's favorite part, highlights. Oh, clipping. I don't know how to highlight hair exactly, so I just kind of am putting it on overlay and adding strands where I think the light would hit. And yeah, okay there. Now I accidentally... There. Got the color back for my shading. Ideally I could just switch it, but I forgot. Also, yes, normally I would add highlights to the eyes too, but his eyes are kind of glowing and creepy, so nah. Cell shading, sometimes you gotta do big areas, so I'm just gonna shade the shirt in one big, well, the underside of the shirt, I'm just gonna shade in one big area. Where am I? Here. Edit fill. Multiply and lighter. Yeah, that looks good. One guy I commissioned to draw this character actually put glow in the undershirt, and so, Edit, fill, multiply. So I'm gonna try and do that as well, see how it looks. If I can, oh, there. Yay, I remembered the colors. Okay. Soft. We're gonna need it bigger. So yeah, they did like this because he has markings on his back as well. So yeah. There. That looks good. Not as good as I'd like though. Dang it. Let me. There, much better. Now we can see the glow. And now we cell shade underneath. And give it a bit of shape as well. There we go. That's the shirt done. I only highlight certain shiny things, like say the silver or the hair, but other than that I don't add highlights on much. Okay, multiply. Okay. What? Oh, clipping. Right. Remember, try to round your shadows like that. Okay, so keep your lighting source consistent unless there's like something, unless he's like holding a glowing magic orb or something like that. Then you want to keep in mind the other sources, but if you're just using one or two sources like I kind of am, then you gotta just remember your lighting, where it's coming from, why it's coming from there, stuff like that. Okay. And belt is pitch black, so we don't need to worry about it. No, boots. Okay. Too big. No. Like I said, I kind of highlight shiny things a bit, so we're gonna have fun with the gold. Whoops, not that much fun. Okay. Now, overlay. A little tone down and okay, not that tone down. Dang it. Hold on. Here, let me do this right. Okay, I think that looks good. Let me check. Yep. And then the blue we just do an overlay for. Try to choose the brightest color of that shade, hue, whatever. Like, I'm choosing a bright greenish blue for the blue tones. Okay, now I'm going to make sure that everything, eyes glow, shoelaces, markings, silver, blue base, gold base, boots, belt, pants, shirt, hair, highlight, skin, and effects. File, yeah, okay. And that's how I draw, at least how I draw cell shading stuff. So, and then file, export, single layer. Try to do PNG, it just looks better. Sometimes, if I think it will suit the picture, I do merge visible, CV, filter, blur. Now, don't blur out the small details, just blur it just enough, and that nothing's gone. Do overlay, and then tone it down, and yeah, you got more atmosphere and vibrancy that way. But it also messes up your base color, so I don't recommend it for a reference. Oh, whoops. File, export. Also, sometimes it kind of removes some of the details, so use at your own discretion. And there's other layers, like you know, if you want shiny, darker color. No. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching, and let me delete that. And let's do a quick fancy so you can see all the details and effects. Yep. So yeah, thanks again so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Happy Saturday.